Good morning. Would like to welcome you all on behalf of Fundación Osma and Museum Pedro de Osma to talk about Manuel Gastaneta, Manongo, like we used to know, or he was used to know by his friends, by also all the cultural persons, has allowed us to have a great legacy for investigation. He was a person that was very close to traditions, and he started work that was one of the most philanthropic works that has been part of Peru and the ancient history. All of these has been a great effort that he was trying to put together to try to preserve the heritage, the cultural heritage with his brothers and sisters. The artistic heritage, like we're going to be seeing in this video that we're going to be share, has an emphasis on the portraits. So the persons collecting art do not collect this type, but he had a lot of portraits as part of his important collection. And in order to honor his uh, life, we have different activities, and each year we will invite the best professionals in Peru and from other parts of the world in order to share their knowledge with specialists in preservation and restoration topics of the cultural heritage in Peru, from the art or artworks that are in the Museum Pedro de Osma in Barranco. We are going to talk about La Ñusta, the Incan princess, and we're going to see which are the different technologies that can be applied to different art pieces that we can work in a more professional manner, the most professional as possible, and to follow a line for the group of professionals working in preservation and restoration, and they can get to know in practical terms and empiric ways the application of these different technologies. And then we will talk about, or we will introduce all the panelists. However, I want to thank them, each of them. According to the program, we have Laura Alba Carcelén from Museo del Prado, Patricia González Hilder from University Católica of Peru, Gemma Ballesteros from Museo de Osma, Roxana from UTEC, José Luis Lazarte from the Metropolitan Museum of New York. And in the middle of the program, we're going to have a video edited by Melissa Zapata, who have participated in this video. We have historians Mauricio Novoa, Cecilia Laiza, and also art historians Irene Velochaga and Magluf. Just like Alexandra and Guillermo Gastañeta, and that they have the great responsibility on working on the legacy of Manongo, their uncle. I'd like to thank them all. I'd like to thank all of you for your time. And of course, this activity is happening thanks to the Museum Pedro de Osma. We have been working throughout the month in order to have this session. And the Pacific University that allows us to have access to their university and all the technical support during this pandemic times. Besides these institutions that I was mentioning, we also like to thank also the support from restoration, and it's a great support in order to professionalize the activity that we do. And of course, we'd like to reiterate and thank once again Mel and Thomas Foundation for the support. Without their support, we wouldn't be able to do this, and the enthusiasm of Susan Strato. When Manongo passed away, we started shaping this project. And Cap and Sepner as well, because we have been coordinating multiple details, and Nicole and Marilyn that had the personal interest moving forward with this event. So with further ado, I'd like to listen to the panelists and what they'd like to or have to share. We think that it's important to thank and congratulate as well all the persons, like Manongo said, for cultural heritage preservation, particularly the Peruvian cultural heritage. Good morning. We have a very interesting day ahead of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pedro Pablo. Thank you very much for being here and for allowing us to listen to your talks. We're going to start with diagnose UV, infrared, and X-ray diagnosis by Laura Alba Carcelen. I'd like to briefly introduce Laura so we can get to know her a little bit. Hi, hello. Well, Laura is a doctor in fine arts, and she's a specialist on cultural paint restoration, and she's working in Museo del Prado, where she's responsible of X-ray technique, and she has been published multiple works on sculptures and paints. Thank you very much, Laura. Hello. Before starting, I wanted to thank the Pedro de Osma Museum, especially Pedro Pablo and Gemma. Se le escucha, Laura. I'm gonna go ahead and share a video. Can you read my PowerPoint? Please, can you place it in the presentation? Yeah, great. Okay. I'm going to be talking very briefly, because this is a very broad topic, but it's very interesting things that we are analyzing when we make a work in technique and infrared, X-ray, and of course the UV this work to look at some examples and some practical evidence different techniques we can apply in order to analyze image. I'm going to focusing on the image analytics. So we're going to focus. Goal is to determine the simply to analyze pictorial layers, the photography, the macro photography, the and then we have technique as well that are the different analytical techniques that would be the. I'm also talking today about the ones that I have highlighted in order. With the analytical techniques, what we like to try to do is to determine the materials, study the composition, different mixes, layer structure. And with the imaging techniques, we're going to try to cover is to study the different procedures, the ways, the materials that they employed. So we're gonna be able to have the characteristics of the paint. So this is the first technique that we utilize when we analyze a piece of art. We need to study the surface, and we do this with a photo and induce fluorescence with a UV light. We're going to be analyzing the pictorial layers. We're going to allow us to analyze the technique used by the artist. And when talking about preservation, we're going to be able to determine different wear outs, if something has been added, etc. So we need to also analyze the surface because we're going to have important data and relevant data in order to work in a joint manner all the techniques. We cannot just focus in one X-ray, infrared, UV. We need to always go beyond to analyze further. So the first step for us, it's always the photography. And I have here one example. This is a piece of art by a Spaniard painter. And in 2012, we were able to analyze different works from this artist. And the surface style was very surprising to us because we could determine, we could observe his the resources from his technique, very interesting resources. So here's the detail. It is very interesting how Balik he was working the different color. So you can see the blue part of the sky. This is the last layer that he painted after the hair. And the organization of the pictorial layers from this artist is very, very interesting. He's working on um, the first layers, and then the last part would be the sky or different parts. So he works also in the eyes. So to the right, he has been using different color layers, and here you can see the preparation in this part of the area. And in the nose, he's utilizing the brush, a thicker brush to go. And he's going to give different layers, and he works in different ways, and he is given the shape in different levels as well. You can also observe that he is removing paint in the shades of the neck. You can see both in the nose and in the neck and how he is utilizing the different preparations in these areas. Like we can identify also where the mouth where we have. So the surface and study is very interesting. We can determine the style of a painter and how the painter has been working on the image. So we need to also be aware of the contouring and the shapes. El Greco is utilizing resources. He is giving a very fast brush. It's barely a straight ongoing line in his artistic work. So this way of actually working the surface very closely, we're going to be able to analyze, and we're going to have a different perception of the volume of the light. So this is a very different conception on how they are painting and what is the style that they have. Also, the surface analysis is going to help us to determine the different ways they have of painting, and we can see why the works are very different, but we need to actually see this very closely to try to understand what's happening. And in this case, we have a detail of the background of El Jardín de las Delicias from El Bosco. And we have the macro photography, and the study is going to allow us to observe the different modifications, the different changes that not necessarily you can identify with the different techniques. So here we have this prairie full of animals, and this is extended to the Blue Mountains. The horizon is lower. then the conception of the work is very, very different. This last green level, so it's very interesting to be able to identify under the green area of the horizon and the background, it's being continued by the blue mountains. Also, when we study the surface of the different works, we're going to see the different preparation layers. This is a Murillo piece of work, and in the lower part, we actually see a detail, and we see that we have the preparation here in the lower part, and this is in a darker preparation, and this is going to determine the way that we are working. The power to actually see this determine that we're going to help us to understand the conceptions and how the artist has been working. Here to the right, we have a different work as well, a dark background, a very brown background. And here to the left, a Velasquez piece of work with a different position, different preparation. It's a white. The way they are working, the way Velasquez was working, and the way Murillo works are very, very different. While Velasquez is going to be utilizing the white light background, Murillo is going to obtain through pastes the lights that he is using, and that is going to determine the difference that you have in these two scenes, right? The feeling. Velasquez has been working in white from brighter to dark and dark tones, and Murillo has been going from the dark to the brighter, so inverse. And this is going to make us appreciate the work in a different way. So the surface not only is going to look at different changes or to determine the style of an artist, but why we see the scenes with such strength in some occasions. And then we have the surface to actually determine how they are working different things. You can actually see the different layers of colors, and we can determine the use the green shades or gray shades or dark backgrounds. And here they have the transparency to generate the transitions in terms of color. The surface is something that it's well known, but for us, it's very important to observe and to learn with this graphic analysis. And when we have to do general analysis where we have different aspects of preparations, the X-ray, and also the surface, we've revealed as a very useful tool. Here we have two works by a Flamencan painter. This is mid 15th century. We have here in the Prado Museum a lot of pieces of art from this artist. This is a Annunciation. We had a lot of things that we wanted to analyze. We started analyzing this paint through the surface, as I have explained before. So in order to do this and compare, we have worked different details that we could compare to actually see if it was a similar way of working. We chose the angel, that is part of the level. We chose the angel and we compare this with the different figures that are around the Virgin. We also chose the glasses inside the church, inside the synagogue, and these are the results. We have the eye of the angel, and to the right, we have the eye of one of these figures that are on the level behind the Virgin. So the way that he has been working is different. It's more free, more expressive to the right, and with a greater pictorial capacity. The same thing, you may think that this is due to the mixing of colors, and because they have used different same shades of the Annunciation, and we have the expressivity gestures. They seem to be very different hands, and the same thing, right? If we see the different glass work, it's under a metallic shade, and then we have the drawing in black. However, what we see is that they don't need this metallic shade, but they have just a background and the preparation and great expressivity. Very different ways of working that has led us with different research on the style of the drawing, and we've determined that it's not the same artist. We need to actually see whether this would be part of the group because it's a very, very different style. This piece of art, this is an X-ray fluorescence technique. We utilize this, it's always the prior step. So this is a prior step to any type of surface analysis. And this is the fluorescence that we have been working. This different research or studies, we do this in a methodical way, but fundamentally when we are working on conservation or restoration, this La Piedad or the Piety, the fluorescence that I'll be showing right now, we had two differentiated areas. This was first, we had the concentration on the figures that had fluorescence that we could call that we were expecting, and however we had around the figures around that is different from the from the coding. And we were also looking at some retouch where Christ was located fundamentally, and the entire surface bit concentrated around Christ, retouch that we find below the varnish and on top of the varnish. And if we see this detail, the fluorescence, we see that we have the varnish and that's distributed with great intensity and a green tone. And we see a lot of wear as well. We had to work during the restoration to try to see and try to analyze and the area where we were cleaning. Here there is a comparison of the fluorescence and the X-ray. This is what we have to the lower part to the right. And we could analyze the varnish. And to the left, we were able to determine better, and you can analyze this with this technique. And then on the other hand, the X-ray, finally, we could actually determine where the we had the contour and the location. Sometimes you don't have the same sizes. So it's interesting when restoring to use complementary techniques. So I'm going to show you the final work. We work on the restoration. We were able to clean the varnish and also remove this dark layer around the figures, and the X-ray analysis showed that we have a greater space. And we were able to determine as well the original analysis. So we had like fingerprints that will help us where the scene was over. We were able to recover the original file. We were able to as well to recover the pictorial quality without the varnish. So here you have the detail of restored work and the surface analysis. We need to do this. Not only if this does not happen and we have restoration, we are able to analyze according to the status we were talking about the infrared technique. This is a technique that it's becoming more interesting, more important as a technique that'll help us to study the original technique and to be able to work with fluorescence. We work on varnish, protecting coating, and pictorial superficial layer. With the infrared, we're going to be able to determine the subjacent drawing, the preparation of the different paint layers. To modify or changes or characteristics of the last layers. So we are going to help us to say a lot about the creative process. We're going to be able to talk about the method in order to work the composition. Using the materials as well. We're going to be able to determine the subjacent drawing. With regards to the paint layers, we're going to be able to see the last layers, and we're going to be able to obtain the application way and any modification or any change in these layers. And then the preservation status, we're going to be able to determine all related to the surface. With regards to the subjacent drawing, I am going to show you some details. They are all part of the same artist. And there is, we had an exhibit this year, and we can actually see from the example that we have to the left, the dry drawing, we see the lines on this type of material. We can actually see in the center. We can actually analyze by the strokes. And then we're going to have where we don't register sometimes the drawing. In this case, we don't say that we don't have a drawing, but that we were not able to register with the means that we have. We've considered that we have some materials that are not registered through the infrared technique. So we need to consider this because we have some artists utilizing this, and we need to learn that the ideal scenario would be that we, to understand that we're not going to be able to register everything. And it's frequent that and then we are also thinking about through different techniques when we have any pigment by compression, it can actually go through the drawing. We are talking about strokes that are describing everything, and sometimes we even are able to analyze this further. And also they are using different techniques. This is they are working through grids or through grid lines and different scales. And so what we do is we expand these to take it to the final analysis. So we work in grids and we try to find different points that have served as a guide with the grids on the borders that, like you can see here in the detail below. Another procedure that we are able to analyze to detect that it's detected by this technique is utilizing these small dots that you do when you are sketching it's a pigment that you're throwing. So these ones that you are removing this paper, you're going to be unifying this with a brush. So this method doesn't allow us to change the scale. It has to be one-to-one scale, but also you can utilize this method quite often. And then in this case, we have the work that you have to the upper left part. This is Jan Gosai, and this is a work we knew before that it was inspired by the different figures to the right from San Juan Bautista. And he inspired in this work, and he used this to paint this work. So with the infrared technique and with this for an exhibit in 2012, this work, we knew that it was inspired in this other work, but when we were analyzing, we saw that we had two different type of drawings. So we had the hand of Christ. This is a detail that we were able to determine that it was so it was a freehand technique, and then the Virgin was done with gray intensity with more straight lines. And when right now we had the head of Christ through the infrared, and then here you can see the different technique and the different way that they have been drawing. So the underlying drawing, the head also is reproducing the pearl that the crown had. However, he has not used this in these paint. And then we have gray lines, very subtle lines with a metallic point. And if we focus, we can see a straight line that is imitating or mimicking the different intensity in the different tones and the different craquelure in the head of the Christ. What has happened here is, on the one hand, he has been copying on a paper the head of Christ. So he basically he has traced the drawing, and then while drawing the freehand, or he has basically completed the drawing with a freehand drawing technique. So the heads have been painted and traced on paper, and then he has mirrored this. So it's not the same to apply pictorial layers on top of the paper versus a preparation layer used in wood. So this is a mixed technique, free-hand drawing and utilizing different sketches that have been sticked. Sometimes as well, the infrared technique is going to help us or determine, or sometimes we find some written words below. And here below the Virgin, we can read full as a word, and on top of the words in Latin, we can read also a different word. So we're talking about here a Spaniard painter, and it's very common to actually find words below the pictorial lines. And with regards to the X-ray, is a technique that it's especially very useful when talking about because with the infrared light, we can actually see the different underlying techniques. With this, we're going to be able to analyze this further. And with the X-ray, we're going to be able to analyze the support and everything. So this is a complementary technique for the paint. And we need to determine the different working procedures. So the textile techniques, we're going to be able to analyze how they have been working to put together these, and then we're going to be able to determine how they have been putting together the different panels of different boards. And these are going to help us to have a better idea of the paint, and we're going to be able to determine whether they are Portuguese, Italian, what is the type of style, 16th century, and the same thing with the different techniques. We can analyze this in different components, and we're talking about the fingerprints as well that sometimes are part of the fabrics. We're going to be able to trace this fingerprints, and we're going to be able to determine even with the frames. Many times we think that they are in their original state, but sometimes we find out they've been manipulated many times throughout the years. So we're going to be able to determine that the preparation layers, the application, whether they apply this with a knife, with a brush, and even the preparation layers, when we actually analyze the threads, we're talking about a fabric, whether they have been using different techniques, we're going to be able to have an approximation always where this or how they have been working on this reparation layers, whether they are absorbent or not, and how to talk about this preparation layer. So in the X-ray, you can also determine if they've manipulated these and analyze different aspects in terms of preparation, the different preparation layers and the different painting layers, pictorial, artistic resources, and preservation, like we have seen before. It's very important to observe if they are some areas that have been damaged, the crackaloos, any added color, etc. With regards to the words, the time is limited, and I just have a couple of examples. This is we have this work, and we can see that we have different boards, and then we have the prints, and this allows us to analyze the structure, the original structure, the type of support. So this would be a Spaniard technique. The panels, the boards are used by metallic or structures, and they've been using nails to join everything, to attach everything. We can analyze this, and this is a 15th century work. With regard the fabrics, we have different characteristics, and through X-ray we can analyze. Just before starting, we need to know that the structure are going to be determined thickness, and we have a different fabric and a different weave. We have 3 types of ligaments, and we have been analyzing different material. We have a plain weave. This is what we find the most. That's what we have determined through the X-ray. And it's very frequent that we find plain weave. And we have different drawings in the cloth. We find the fabric that are not usually exactly the same material, but they are different combined raw material. And they reduce these shape. And this is something that we have found in the Spaniard paint. So we have the plain weave and then composed weave, combining both type of ligaments or both types of material. This is what we find generally in type of painting. And we're talking about cloth. We have different varieties. We have the serge ligaments, and we have different type of ligaments, which is very common in the Italian painting. And the ones in green are very frequent in the Italian painting and flamenco painting. However, in the Spaniard, this type of cloth that we mentioned that are diamond shaped, when talking about flamenco paint, and it's also important to know that you have artists combining different type of fabrics and different types of weave. How do we analyze the paint, and how we analyze the material, and how we analyze the thread? And this is an example. To simply to the left, we have a Velasquez work. We can actually see the thread, but we can also see the seam. So we can see the seam properly and identify the position as well. The example to the left, we have as an Eve from Rubens, and you have a hard time to actually see the paint through the technique. We can study the fabric, the ligament, and we can identify the preparation, the frames. We can analyze a lot of things. I want to share before talking about something. When we see the support of the fabric of the X-ray, we don't see the fabric. The fabric does not have an absorption. Because they don't absorb the radiation. And this is going to determine what through the preparation the print. So the layer that is in touch of the preparation together with the fabric will determine how we will see this with this technique. So when the preparations are absorbent, we're going to see this in a better manner. Also, when we are analyzing fabrics through X-rays, we consider that the fabrics, we're talking about the drawings, the cloth is not the same. To prepare the material, whether it somehow they have to prepare that. So these were, they are from the same series. It's the same cloth, but they've been preparing this differently. The same thing with themes. So whether we are able to see the thread or do not see the thread. So sometimes we see the themes clearly, and it's because they have applied a more preparation layer. We're going to be able to determine or register if they have any paper band or cloth band. And then the X-ray is going to help us determine the support as well. They are covered, all the brackets the holders are covered. The original holder. And the only way of actually working this is through the X-ray. This is something that we have been using with the Sevilla University. This. So we have some of this from the software we have been analyzing, and we have different graphics and histograms to determine. We're going to always work in comparison and analyzing as well the fabric and how they have been also placing the different threads. We're going to be able to analyze these, the tension, and we're going to be able to determine whether the canvas has been cutted. I'm going to show you this. And you can analyze the threads through with this stuff. With this practical case, just to complete the use of the different portraits we have been able to study recently. And they thought that they have painted this in 1565. And then in 1576, they repainted and upgraded this to the The analysis has helped us determine they have a similar density, and the frames as well were different, and many things that we were able to determine. The ceramic research determined that the histogram shape and the thread counting was exactly the same in both canvas, and that the histograms were similar, but that we had a difference in the fact that they had placed in an inverse manner. So the threads as well were help us to determine that they have cut canvas, and they were part of a bigger canvas that had been prepared on top of the frame. So they basically use a bigger canvas, and they use a piece of this bigger canvas to actually paint this both portrait. So the difference in the depth, you see the hands. He is placing his hands in the stomach. So the stages that apparently were the ones that used, and to say they've upgraded this work in 1573. So they are both have been painted at the same time. The modification of the hand, we think that this is more related to history. Back in 1553, they created the they were praying more to the Virgin of the Rosarium. So this is why we believe that possibly they preferred to include these to celebrate this festivity, the Virgin of the Rose. This happened in 1572 when they updated this. With regards the other works that are part of the same series, they do not belong to the same big canvas that it was used to portray the queen and the king. They have been stretched, and weave is not the same, and the fabric is not it's not the same used for the royal couple. So they're both part of a bigger canvas. They are part of a bigger fabric that was specifically prepared. And the girls were different, were the same, but they were different from the ones used for the king and the queen. So help us to analyze deeper this type of works and analyze as well the different techniques and the different materials that have been used. And this is a brief explanation of the things that we can do. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Remember that if you have any questions for Laura, then at the end of the presentations, of 3 presentations, you can ask them out for sure. We would like to introduce the next presentation. It's from Patricia Gonzalez. Her presentation is chemical tests. And I'm going to read a little bit about Patricia. She's licensed in chemistry from the Catholic University of Peru and has got a doctorate in physical doctorate in the University of Pennsylvania. She's a professor in Catholic University of Peru in the chemical area, and it's chemistry applied to our heritage. So thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation to Pedro Pablo, Eliza, to Gemma, and thank you for Laura for the introduction, for sure. And sorry to Laura for her presentation that I thought was super interesting. I think that we're not that developed here yet, but I'm going to share my screen. But I won't be able to share my my video because my computer is not doing that well. It might take a little time to share because my computer is running a little bit slow today. Okay, perfect. We can see it now. Okay, at some point in time, it will go into the slideshow. Very well, there it is. So the presentation that I will give today, it has to do more with theory, a little bit more theoretical. I was trying to see who was amongst the among the participants. For some, it's going to be something new, but I think that for the majority of people, these are aspects that we are going to remember rather than learning about. Because I think that many of the things that I'm going to be talking about today are aspects that you already know. So what I'm going to introduce to you today is what can we do at a chemical analysis level when you want to go beyond imaging. The images are going to give us a lot of information, but many times we're going to be needing more than just that. And that is what we're going to be talking about today. So we have a lot of options. One of them is that the lab can go to the actual painting. Sometimes when people are in a historical site, when we have to go to a museum, our lab team, when we go to the Alliance of San Pedro in Lima, we worked there for a lot of time. You have Sarah Cordova and Betty Galareta. They were working on an investigation group, working in the museum of the Descalzos. This is an portable X-ray RAM portable equipment, and sometimes as well others that have to do with infrared. Okay, so what Laura mentioned and where Laura actually stayed gives me the right path to me to talk about X-rays. X-rays, as presented and mentioned before, can be shown here. This is something that we did before, but they can also be diffracted or dispersed based on a crystal, right? And this can allow us to look at the crystal. This is also used in national heritage aspects, not so much for many reasons, but it can give us a lot of information. And it can be present in ceramics, it can be present in a canvas. And something else that can happen with X-rays is that the sample can absorb this radiation and do something with this radiation, and we'll see what, and can give us back an X-ray that are of a different length than the original, and that will give us a lot of information, and information regarding the elemental composition, meaning which elements are present here, but which compounds as well. So it is information that doesn't give us a lot of information, but it is a fast tool. No? That is where you have, this is our X-ray, this is our typical portable equipment. This is what we use in a first option for anything we do. This is what we do. This is what we use, the first thing that we use. And that's the first thing that we do. And then we move on to other techniques. This is something that is available for inorganic materials. So it can talk about it can give us things like for example carbon, hydrogen. These things won't be able to be detected, but for example we can detect things like phosphorus, some vegetable materials, but we will not be able to read nothing that has to do with carbon, hydrogen, or anything of the sort. How does FRX work? What happens is the following. You're going to radiate the sample with the X-rays. You'll be able to get an electron. The ones that are close, an electron that it's closer to the atom, and then you generate a hole that makes it very unstable, and therefore you need to try and fill in that hole with other electrons that are close by. And so every single time that an electron goes down to cover that hole, then it sort of, and it gives some sort of radiation. It emits some sort of radiation, and so it comes into different levels, and therefore they're going to free energy of different lengths. And with that, what we are going to obtain is what we recognize as a spectrum, which is what you have on your screen right now. And so each one of these peaks or signals corresponds to one of these emissions of light. And with that, we will be able to, together with the software, we will be able to tell, okay, this corresponds to lead, mercury, etc. This particular spectrum, HEMA, we had not been able to talk about it, to discuss it, but it comes from the Albornoz painting. If you can see all this red area, and we can tell from this that we have a lot of mercury. We've got iron as well, we've got lead, we've got calcium, and this is because basically with FRX what we do is we go through the actual sample. In the case of a canvas, for sure the whole canvas, and if there is wood behind it, we will only be able to read the wood. That's good and bad, because it goes through the whole sample, through the whole canvas, and so it gives us information of everything. And so, but we cannot segregate and say in which layer can we find each one of the elements. So it could be that the iron is way too low, maybe at another level. It could be that lead is also a level that it's more internal, external. So there are ways of doing a more in detail determination of things, but still, you have to look into the different layers. The only pigment that we know that's got mercury, it's if we know that we have mercury, we have a good idea of what pigments can be found. What is bad on the opposite side is that it's not enough just to get the element. That the majority of times we need more information, because we won't be able to reach very real conditions from just the presence of X-rays. So this is another area that has got red, and as you can see, it doesn't give us many signs of mercury, so we can of course forget about the Brahman in this area. If the machine doesn't see it, then we can say that it's not there. So what can we say about this red area? We've got iron, which could suggest, and ochre, red ochre. But it could be something else. It could be lead, for example. It could be lead mixed with an organic dye, it wouldn't give us any signal. We would only be able to see the lead, but not the organic material. But it could be something else as well. So we could have maybe lead with something else. The organic, or it could be meaning that it's a red that comes from lead. And then we come into conflict because we don't know really what to have from that analysis. And we have to go to another technique that can help us a little bit more. And we go almost immediately after the FRX, we go into this other technique. This is a technique that's going to give us molecular information of the compounds that we can see there. It is a little bit more complicated to explain, as in what are the phenomena happening at that time, but we are playing with the vibrational states of the sample. So we have different molecules, different compounds, and we irradiate this with infrared light, or visible or ultraviolet, also close to it. And this sample will absorb this radiation. It will go to a natural state of energy. And then when returning, similar to FRX, when it returns, once again, it will emit a light, and we will be able to detect that light. The problem now with Raman is that the signals are very low. The signals that reach us are very, very low. So what you can see here are spectrums of different pigments that are within a canvas, for example, or Raman spectrum from pigments that are in a micro sample that we might have taken from a particular painting or canvas. So we have a huge mountain of information because it's the blossoming from all the different organic elements, maybe varnishes, etc. And now and then we will find a little peak which we will try to identify. So here we've got a standard. I can't really see the numbers that well. but it could be, but from what I can see, it could be plaster, but it is a lot more difficult to find a Raman spectrum than to get the FRX, right? So that you can have an idea, we can basically shoot the painting with FRX for a whole day and get 100 spectrums, and then our headache comes later on when we have to interpret what is it that each one of those spectrums mean, because we're going to have lots of signals. Instead, when we talk about Raman spectrography, it is very difficult to get signals. Many a times we spend the whole day and we don't get anything that can serve us, that can work for us. But it gives us a lot of information as well. It gives us the identity of the compound. We do not have to break our heads thinking, where is the lead coming from? Where's the mercury coming from, etc. So what do I mean by this? I had said a minute ago that we can have in that canvas, I said that we can have minion ore and lead, etc. But if we analyze the canvas with Raman spectrography, then we will find that as the spectrum of lead and spectrum of minium, they're very different, as you can tell. And so we will be able to look into which option is the right one. So we are going based on the FRX because it tells us sort of where we should go to, but then we look into this analysis that gives us the molecular analysis. I'm going to step aside from the paintings, and I'm going to talk about pigments, but in a pre-Hispanic era. And that was very interesting, of course, because although when we go into the times of the viceroyalty, we cannot discard any elements, because we know that we were having trade with Spain, of course, especially in areas where there is not that much trading with Lima as a point of entry. And so when Yaldo, which is a professor of archaeology from the University of the Catholic University, when he approached us with the idea of starting analyzing the pigments in his ceramics, we said yes, because it was within all this context that we had already been analyzing, as in pigments, but pigments from the Viceroyalty era. And so this is a piece of a Carwa pottery. This is close to Paracas. So we're talking about Paracas, like medium Paracas, like 400 years BC. And what you can see at the top are the FRX spectrum of the analysis that we did, right? And the colors that correspond. So red would be to this here, to yellow would be correspond to yellow. Orange, you can hardly see that color, because it's one on top of the other. There's one color on top of the other, and so in this case you wouldn't really see the orange. But what can come out from this? First of all, compared to the previous chart, there is no mercury. So there is no Sonabri, there's no mercury in any of the fragments of the Carwa pottery that we have analyzed. We have found mercury at all, and we have, we have of course done an analysis of a lot of pottery, which is why we can say that it doesn't exist. We have no copper, and that's quite curious, because it's a pigment that doesn't really come out that well in the slide, but it's slightly green, and we normally associate green to copper, and there is absolutely no copper. And in Carwa there is no copper, and we've got iron as well. It could be matita or iron oxide, and the presence of arsenic in both in the yellows as in the oranges. And this is the pretty part, the nice part, which came, the first thing that came out from this study, because the first thing that we looked into were the pigments, right? What is the most known pigment? And that was the first thing that came up, right? Pigments from arsenic. So the yellow one that you see here does correspond with this golden pigment. This is this spectrum here. It's a Raman spectrum, and you can see here, and you can see how the signals correspond to one another. So in Raman, we always use it in comparison to a standard. And in case of the orange pigment, we thought, well, they have mixed maybe yellow with red, but no, it's an actual pigment. If we compare it with other two pigments very well known from arsenic, which are the refractory of that is red, and the pararefractory that is orange, you can't see that the signal is very low, but it corresponds to the pararefractory. So we could see that there was pararefractory, probably hematite, and probably any iron oxide, and maybe some green traces. Something very nice that came out from this work with Jai, that then he sent us some samples of his ceramics or pottery from Puerto Nuevo. It is a prior area. We're talking about 800 BC. And when we analyze this piece in particular, representative of many of pigments, we see a lot of differences with Carwa, and it is a little bit south from Puerto Nuevo, and it is a succession. You can see here an early Paracas, a medium Paracas, and then we move on to the late Paracas culture. And so we can see the difference in the pigments in one or other fragment. We know that what jumps is are the greens. There is no copper in Carwa. In Puerto Nuevo, every time we find a green, it's a green that comes from copper. And likewise, we've also seen the presence of mercury in the red compared to Carwa, so we can see the use of scenario. So we can see the presence of titanium in the whites, which is quite interesting, because the first time I saw this with Yao, where did you bring me this piece from? Because coming from the Viceroyalty, titanium is something that I would find only in pieces of art that had been already intervened, because it would come from Rutilis, from titanium, that it started to be used in the 1920s. So there was no sense of finding it here. But yeah, what we do have here is titanium oxide in its natural form, or maybe clays, and it is used in a very selective manner. We can find it here in the whites and in the pink areas mixed with mercury. I haven't put it in the graphs, but in all the pinks you can also see a high density of titanium. So these are two pieces of art that are quite similar. However, the use of pigments, it's very different, and that can inform us a lot. That can give us a lot of information of the commerce, of the trading. How will all these networks would work into the areas of the Andes, for example, and to the south, all the way to Tacna, which is close to Chile. Because the mercury mines, the main ones that we've got, are in Huancavelica, which is in the Andean region, and this is in the coast, in the Paracas Bay, around 3 hours away from Lima. So this shows us all the way back to Tacna, which is very close to Chile. So we can see that in this one, around this era in Paracas, there was trading with the Andes that gets shut or cut when we move on to Carwa or the medium Paracas. Why? We obviously do not know why. That obviously goes into the archaeologists and historians, but we know the handling of pigments in different eras, of course. this is when the lab can go to the actual site. But when the fragments are tiny, they can go to us, or they can come to us. And so this has all been non-invasive analysis. In some cases, we need for these pieces to go to the lab. It could be because of logistics aspects. We can't take everything to the museum, all our equipment. While the pandemic was going on, it was extremely difficult to go to different sites. We have a collection of botanical pieces that we are working on, for example. And another case is when you have to take a sample, right? Because I had already shown you with FRX, we can get a lot of information, but it's information that doesn't allow us to know in which layer each one of the pigments is. And sometimes we are interested in that. So in this case, what we do is take a tiny sample. On the palm of my hand, you can see a resin. And this is the brown piece or bit that you see on my hand. And that is the analysis. What can we do? Once again, what you can see here, this has been taken from a some job we did with the conservation center from Peru. Of course, we started with the FRX, and from there, we took samples from specific areas that interest us. First thing you can see is just what we got from the optical microscope, what is visible, as well with ultraviolet light. We got a little bit of information because in order to see what was in this pigment. And then what we can do is go beyond that and combine this technique of microscopy together with FRX, which is something that we do, we swipe all the information. And so if I want to know what is all the elemental composition of it all, what we can do, if we can generate a map of false colors that will show us where the elements are found within this spectrum. And what you can see here is the first picture around this area. We can see zinc, barium as well. This area has got calcium that was not together with sulfur, so it's not plaster, it's calcite. And here we've got some bits and pieces of copper that are yet to be defined. We don't know if that's the pigment or maybe metallic painting. And this dark or black area is organic material, which is not red, as mentioned before. And on the picture next to it, it's a very nice picture because it showed us something in particular from this area, and it's the presence of a very thin layer of tin. So that was not very common for us to see here. What you can see here, it's a sample from the St. Peter's Church in Lima. It's a blue area. It's from one of its paintings. This is with optical microscopy. But then we go into electronic microscopy. And you can see here, and the difference of densities that you can actually see in the sample. And then we found this color map where we can find our base or foundation of plaster, a preparation layer that has iron, and then the pigment which has copper. But once again, it is not enough to just know that it is copper. We want to know what the pigment is. And so for that, we want to use a Raman spectroscopy. So we can find the area, the blue area, we can find it, we can shoot the Raman directly, and we can find this spectrum that looks a little bit turquoise. And we can compare it to this reference that you can see here in red, and which is as written. Then we can see the peaks, and it's not just that, but that this sample is also giving us a signal of white coming from lead. And we can also see the plaster from the foundation, from the base, and all of this at a molecular level. And now, up to that, what I have shown you, it's inorganic. These are pigments, because it's so much easier to analyze a pigment than dyes. For dyes, we have the option, but it's different. It's difficult to find a Raman spectrum of a dye. We have too much blossoming, too many interferences as well. There are many other techniques, but I'm just going to show two quite quickly that can be used to look into organic dyes. One of them is to look into the spectrography. It can be found on, it's tiny here. You know, you can see how tiny it is. It's on the palm of my hand. And what we can see is what we do is we can light or enlighten this area. We can find the spectrum of reflection, which is what we have here on the computer. This figure to the right doesn't correspond. I mean, one and the other, they don't match. What you can see in the computer and when you can see to the right do not match. We just want to show you what it looks like. But we normally work mathematically. There is a first derivative, a second derivative as well. And I think that we have worked with the first derivative, and in this way, we can discriminate between the violet color and Brasilina, which is the one from that comes from red, right? So this thing here that you can see to the right would be found to the left. With this technique, we can at least we can look into these dyes. 1 second, please. Something else that can help us is chromatography. We use this a lot to look into varnishes. I'm not going to be talking much about that. I want to close this this presentation with one single topic, but what we do is we use it detection with iodine or with masses. And in this case, what it's all about is a technique of separation. We're going to extract our dye from a painting, maybe, that we might be working on, from a textile that we might be working on. And we apply it to a column. This is just, of course, this is a column, but and it doesn't look exactly like this, but we put it in this column, and we can look into the different compounds that can form our dye, and they will go passing by, and they will be interacting with the matrix that is put in this column. And according to the interaction with it, the different components will start separating, some blue, some red, some green, and this will continue flowing and going into a detector. The iodine detector, which is going to be collecting all the information from the absorption that it's done and everything that got past the detector. Or it could also be used, we can also use a mass detector, as I mentioned before. In this way, we can get information on how, what can be found, what compound can be found in a textile. For example, this is alpaca wool dyed with onion peel, And this will take us to this yellow color. Then we can bring an get an extraction of the color from the alpaca wool, and then we can put it through this column. And what we can obtain here are 2 peaks, right? And this is quite interesting, because what we can do later is look into the absorption peaks. And as you can see, they're very similar, but not alike, not the same. You can, I don't know if you can tell that there is a little difference here. It's also almost absent here. And that is because these are molecules that are quite similar, but not the same. What we have in this peak here is quercetin, and what we've got in the other one is practically the same, because all this structure belongs to a percent, but it has a residue of sugar. And this is key, because this part is the one that will inform us, and it can tell us where this dye came from. So for that, for sure, is to generate a database of the different plants that are used as dyes, which are all the components that the different conditions have, and that is a task that is very difficult, and that it's not published, but I know that Jacha Wasi at some point in time did a very pretty, very nice project with plants used for dyes, but we do not have that database just yet. And they stay processing the work, but the job has been done. And I'm sharing this because if at any point in time you do any type of analysis on textiles, trying to use dyes, and you know how to contact them, they can give you some information of which plants have been analyzed and in which ways that you can get the right information. That has been just a quick look to the things that you can do with chemistry, to the study of heritage. Our team works in different fronts. We work a lot with pre-Hispanic pottery. Because of the university, we're also starting a relationship with our own archaeological museum. We're just starting now during the pandemic to work together. We have a work relationship of a lot of time, for the longest time, with St. Peter's Church, a relationship that comes way before COVID, like some of the work from Cristobal Lozano, the earliest work from this very important painter, also with the Raimondi Museum in the studies of botanical watercolors of Raimondi and the collaborators. And so, as I'm telling you, we're in multiple fronts, but basically applying the same type of techniques to look for information, may it be from pigments, dyes, but also many other things like metallic pieces, or some organic pieces as well. And the only thing I wanted to say before closing, to carry out this type of studies with historical patrimony is very difficult and quite complicated, and many times as we are seen as, or we have this CSI syndrome behind this, because we have this background or what we see in the movies, and it's very easy to think that you just put something in the equipment and you click the button and then you will get an answer. And the majority of times it's not like that. We can spend a lot of times working on it until we find something, maybe information that by itself might not mean anything, because we need to put the information in context. For example, with historical pieces, for example, with the traffic of pigments or the use of pigments by a specific artist. So this type of work needs for different professionals to gather, to work together. One single look, one pair of eyes cannot see everything. And with that, I will close my presentation and I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Patricia, very much for your participation. You've shown us so much. There was a lot of information. I'd like to thank you. Thank you for your kindness. And without further ado, we would go into the next presentation,
talk,
which is the one from Gemma Ballesteros.
He's going to talk about case study, the new stuff area. And I'm going to briefly share her life. She's a license in fine arts by Complutense de Madrid University, specialized in paint restoration. She has cultural management degree from la Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. She is currently working in the Pedro de Osma Museum, the preservation and restoration area. So please, Gemma, go ahead. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. So this morning we're going to talk about a paint that is exhibited in Pedro de Osma Museum. This is the more emblematic paint. We're going to talk about the origin of this by Pedro de Osma at some point. And we have the record, and this was part of the museum collection. However, we don't know who he purchased it from and how much did he paid for. In 2019, and because of the cultural activities and the contemporary art fair in Madrid and Spain, this travel to Museum del Prado to be exposed in February in one of the Museum del Prado rooms. So this is where the artwork started the restoration process and analyze the different alterations and the interventions as well that the artwork went through. And they started thinking about studying these to discover the material history. And this is why once the paint arrived in Madrid, we asked the person in charge of the Prado, the laboratorium, to start the analysis and the imaging analysis with the different equipment available. So these different studies are part of a research project that is a broader research project where beyond the physical analysis, we're trying to as well perform the chemical analysis and to actually read these in a more complete manner. The idea and principle that we can implement is that this methodology of work, research methodology for other works of the collection, a greater number as possible, and complete a comparative study, the most complete study possible. Likewise, as part of the project, we want to share the progress made in the research and share information that may contribute to the study that we know that they've been performing on the different routes of exchange of pieces of work or pieces of art and the materials used by the artist, by each shop, depending on the geographic area located, and each decade. The particular characteristics and shared characteristics of some of the artists, and maybe at some point we will able to contribute to talk in a more precise manner. The authors the decades and the eras in terms of the space. We understand that it's a very big project, but hopefully we're going to be able to contribute and elaborate greater information about this aspect. With regards the specific piece of work, we started thinking about the time, and in order to do this, we have used the information that we have, and we can find different information about the work. We have 4 specific works we have had access to 2 concretely, and we have other primary sources, information about the era that are very, very valuable as a historical document and social anthropologic document, and also the different studies and interpretations of the historians about these specific time. We have some research about the Jesuits, how they arrived into Peru, how they did the evangelization process, and the different religious symbols. It's also important, the different topics about the portraits and the meaning and all the symbols behind. And this is why this is very important to complete the whole scene. All the anthropologic material available are very well to apply these topics related about women and how they were representing women as well. However, it's been tougher to access to the information and the investigation about the materials used during this period. These other important part is how the infrared and the X-ray and the analysis performed of the different images. So this has been very important to actually have the different specialists involved. And Laura has helped us to read every image and the details and the results that we would not have been able to do it without her assistance or her help. And we have similar information that we have been able to process in order to compare with different imaging works that have been made. And as a matter of fact, the more research and the more studies we perform, we'll have a better result. And then this third part, that it's about the X-ray analysis, that at this time we have had the collaboration of the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú and the chemical specialists. And we also have a possible interpretation, and we are aware that we will have new essays about these. So we have an approach from history in order to get to know this work better. This is why we wanted to have different perspectives, different views, different perspectives that we believe that are very, very important to study later the different techniques that have been applied, and also important to be able to interpret the results. These aspects, these are 4 aspects to highlight. It would be first the political and the historical background, to have the narrative, to have the symbols behind the work. The second aspect that we take into consideration would be the formal description, visual description, to get to know the characters involved, who are the characters and what are the characters representing within the social political and religious structure of this time. And the third aspect, the composition. And then this case is very, very important. The three works and have a prototype. The fourth aspect to highlight would be the creation, that it has a relation with the technical characteristics of the work. So we see the work here, the paint. It is a square format, 175 centimeters by 167, where we have a group of people kind of staged as like a theatrical representation, ready for the moment, ready to be, like they were about to take a picture. Despite the fact we know that the persons that were painted existed, we don't have another portrait. So it's just a collective. And 100 years later, after the successes narrated, so they are recreating a scene, an iconographic version created by the Jesuits, and they have a political and social intention. As basically the Jesuits, which are a new administrative order, historical moment. The celebration of these two marriages. This is the first one. This is the first one, and this is the second one, the one behind. So these two marriages did not take place at the same time. They are different dates, obviously. And the scenarios, they belong to two different cities, so time and space. And we have the characters, and the characters would not have been able to share the moment. We know that this is very common, and they are basically trying to deliver a message because there is a need. In the case, the meaning of these work, the message that we're trying to deliver acquires a very important relevance. And we need to go beyond in order to understand these, their own way, their own perspective of actually understanding the world. So we know by history that the Jesuits arrived in 1500s, in the 1500s, where they were established. We have had different religious orders established when the Jesuits arrived. Therefore, they didn't have a direct participation in the conquer of the Spaniards. Peru, supported by Virrey Francisco de Toledo, they tried to gain a space while working with other religious orders that were established. So this is the image, and this is a way of actually delivering a message. This message was easily recognized by indigenous peoples and assimilated. We know that we have seen multiple representations of this type in different works. And just to explain the characters, and we obviously have analyzed the conquer history in Cusco, and they after winning, or after they started a new solid administration, and by displacing the Incas, the Virrey started also the Catholic religion. And in order to apply this new structure, they needed to get rid of all the Incas, and they were after Tupac Amaru, who was the Incan leader. And both characters are represented here. The one in charge of actually capturing the Inca, here's the captain. Here's a captain, and the Inca Tupac Amaru. And then the Inca was publicly executed in the main square in Cusco. And as a reward, the Inca princess was delivered in order to marry the captain. So this wedding was celebrated a year later or some months later. And this is a scene that is part of these art piece. She was dynasty. She was niece of Tupac Amaru. He died. He didn't have kids. And she is the daughter of Tupac Amaru's brother. And she's also represented here in this paint. Therefore, this was an arranged marriage, political interest, where we had the Jesuits with the Incas representation by the Inca princess. So behind and supporting the marriage, blessing the marriage, we have Saint Ignacio de Loyola, and they have their own attribute, both saints, and the saints are represented in the same way, very explicitly. In this second level, and the upper part to the right, we have the marriage of the daughter and the captain. And she was a relative of Saint Francis of Borja. And this was celebrated in 1600, in the 1600s, 1611. The first marriage took place in Cusco, concretely in the cathedral in Cusco, located in the main square. And the second marriage in Madrid. So these two moments, we have not only a different times, but also different places. So different geographic location, different eras, different years. And to the upper part of to the left, as we have seen, the presentation of the Inca royalty. They attended the celebration. They are wearing the royal crowns, the royal symbols, like an axe, the chambe, and the ucauca, that is the shield. So they all have the different objects that is by their royalty, and then we have the military representatives, and we have here the mother of the Ñusta, the Inca princess. She is wearing kind of a crown, and let's keep in mind these two persons are not alive, so they wouldn't be there, obviously, but they are represented, but they were dead when the marriage took place. But they have used their images in order to paint them there. And this is a very dramatic history and this is represented in a very natural way. The different powers are represented, the ones that were defeated and the ones that were imposing this new stage. So now in the upper part where we have the representation of two scenarios, then we have to the right Madrid. A church in Madrid. And then we have an imaginary background dividing these in two. To the right, they represent the court of Madrid, and the faces and the clothes, very European. And then the opposite, we have Cusco and the Peruvian royals from the Incas, and then the colors that were very common, red, and then representing Cusco. So that we have to have, and this is very, very important. It's going to be very important to study each of the elements that is part of these two scenarios. And we are going to analyze this later. In the background, we have the ocean represented, and then a city that it could be Rome, you know, because representing Christianity. And then we have the sun and the order symbol from the Jesuits. And these are the different symbols that represent the Jesuits, as we all know. Last, to the left, in the paint, in the lower part, we find the representation of a page boy, and he is narrating all the scene and the different characters that are represented. So this is very important. The dates are very important. And then we have the scale, which is different than the different font. And we'll talk about this later. This scenographic, this is a copy of the original. The original, the prototype, the original prototype was painted to be exhibited in the lower part in the church in the main square where you can actually see it. This was created by the company of Jesuits, or the Jesuits, or some of the members that right now are anonymous, and that they should have known the oral tradition and different information of the members to recreate this type of scene. This is something that we see. It's a great dimensions, almost 5 meters long. And it was painted. I'm sorry, I lost your audio. We lost her. Last quarter of the 17th century. We know that there are some differences because it was a smaller format, a square, the one that is part of the Museum de Osma. They had to kind of unify better or put all the characters close together to have a smaller version. There are 2 other copies as well, 2 other replicas. We have this one that is located in Arequipa, in the Jesuit church. We see the image here. This is already restored. On this one, a different copy that is in a convent. This last one, this last copy has a date of 15. Some authors say that there is a significant evolution in the political context, and this is shown in the differences for how they've represented the main characters. These had impact back in the 18th century, and they were requesting many copies for churches, for convents, and they were also requesting for Lima and for Cusco. Some noble families in Cusco requested copies to have these in their houses, just like the one ended up purchasing for being purchased by Pedro de Osma. With regards the author that could have painted these different copies, they say that it was painted in Cusco, and the artist most likely would have studied in the schools created by the Jesuits, and the techniques are mentioned, or the different techniques used. They are mentioning 3 different painters that were teaching paint back in those days. They are comparing I'm sorry, she has a very bad audio. So the prototype is from a different era where we have a greater use of golden paint or gold paint. This is from a later period, a very Andean Baroque techniques that was used in different places, and also lowering the volumes and putting a lot of jewelry and the different emblems of showing power of the different orders or the different groups. Now we're going to be talking about the physical analysis, the different optical analysis and analysis of information that has provided specifically. Besides the digital imaging and the X-ray and the different photographic and different tools being used has provided valuable information. The experience with similar works and the documents of the manuscripts that are preserved in the restoration and preservation workshop has added important information to be processed. We've analyzed the support. We are going to be analyzed, and they have we are able to actually see with the X-rays. We are able to see this. We have a register of 4 printed photographs in the archive and a restoration report where they are registering the observation, indicating the exact position of the different support being used, and these 2 pictures belong to that date. This has been of great help, and also has contributed a lot to the restoration report. We are talking about a combined cloud or weave, and we have seen these before during this era. We believe that it's linen. However, we need to verify this when a fiber analysis. The original show 3 pieces of cloth that had been before the resin. This is everywhere we can find the type of sword we use. This is the original. We have 3 different places of clothes, and they have been placed horizontally. So and we have different thicknesses. And then to the left, more part, we have a 30-meter cloth. And then we can actually find these weave, the orange, the seam, the horizontal seam, and this is the original seam. And here we have these 3 clothes put together. We know that the different clothes were not specifically prepared for painting, but they were used, or they were basically processed to do some other types of works. So they were basically using it to do curtains. So they were taking advantage as well, the different clothes that were wrapping some of the merchandise. So they were basically using clothes that were used to, as packaging, and they were recycling this cloths for painting in the clothes later. Here we can see the different threads, and here we can see the seams. This is what I was mentioning before. And it looks like the preparation, what they've been using in order to prepare. So this is the area where we have the face of Saint Ignacio de Loyola. We know that it's exactly the same type of clothes that were used during the 17th and 18th century, fundamentally. With regards the format, we believe that they modified this because the original cloth was not covering the entire frames. The original cloth in the borders has uneven tension. So this is the border of the original cloth, and this is the one that we have analyzed. When talking about the preparation layers, we will say that the application, the base, to apply the base, and then to prepare, let's remind that the first layer that the original cloth has, the combination has, needs to reduce the absorption capacity and reduce the pores of the cloth, and also provide tightness to have a better support. So this is something that was used during that time. Depending on the physical aspect, and also very important, the different geographic areas and the materials and the resources available that the artist could have access to. This is also something that impacts as well. So it's very valuable to be able to identify, and by the information that we will have, through the different chemical processes. In this case, because we don't have them yet, we will need to analyze if there is an additional pigment, and these is linked to the chemical analysis. And then here we can see we have the final work that has been done, and they have a chromatic effect that is very particular according to the scientific article published. About the ethnological profile, it was very common in Cusco and in Lima to use specific materials utilizing dark colors, grays, and black and dark, and this can be the case. Likewise, we are talking about the article published in the Goya magazine, Techniques and Materials, used in Lima during the 17th century. And this has been of great help. And they also mentioned the same type of preparation, dark preparation, grays and dark colors. Despite the fact they are analyzing the 17th century paint, this was extended to as a practice in this 18th century. So they were using the local earth, and sometimes they were using also ashes, and this was providing a darker color as well. So the X-ray indicates, and they don't have here a lot of definition. So the X-ray, it mentions that it could be a very fine preparation with earths and maybe a dark color or copper color due to the low absorption. When talking about the X-ray spectrum, and this preparation will help us to observe and analyze the original cloth. So they have a low absorption in terms of X-ray, and therefore it's not reflected. And then we believe that due to the dimensions of the cloth and the multiple characters being used, as we have said, and they have different dimensions, and most likely they were utilizing a prior sketch before adding the pigments. However, we have not found information for these. We have analyzed and we've seen that there are some white diffuse traces, and then we have like a color spot. Here we have different images of the different parts, and we may talk about a similar pigment, similar than white. And then we'll go directly to the scene of the Inca characters. Also how this composition has been created, and this scene, the way they are drawing the knees through the infrared and the X-ray. Here we see the knees, the legs, we were wondering about a pictorial resource to then put the shades and the lights, and where to put the shadows. But then the idea about there is a modification, and the initial idea that we believe that the first idea that the artist had without covering the legs of the masculine characters, and then there is a change, a modification of the initial drawing. This is a strong theory because we don't see any other character nor the legs, nor the arms have been painted in order to increase the volume. And then to have other darks and other shadows as well. We follow this scene and we see that the artist has a space for all the elements that he will be painting, like the spears and the textile on the shields that are painted on top of the layer of paint, and the golden decorations that are added once the paint has been completed, and then on top of the other colors and on top of other preparations. And sometimes we see that there is also a modification here. We see that one of the arms, most likely because it was on in front of the shield, they moved these, and then the spear as well. If they will continue, they will be covering these, and this is why he rectified the drawing. This is a different scene where we find as well multiple rectifications, multiple corrections by the artist. There is a first architecture, and there is a first passage of this image, a trace, a sketch. So this would be the first one. And then on top of these, they have been modifying, and they ended up painting what we see here. And then we have a third moment, who's likely afterwards, by a different artist as well, because the first level has been modified, this part. So this part, as we see, as part of the X-ray, and we think that maybe someone included this intentionally afterwards in a different time. So we don't know if it's an incorporation, wanting to highlight the link or the Inca royals. However, this theory, because it's part of this landscape, the tower could represent the strength of the Spanish crown. So we also need to consider that this tower was incorporated afterwards to be faithful of this version and the representation of this version. Another rectification of the tower, and this is the original. Another one added. We can appreciate when we had the first paint, there was a small space that was not included the character to the left. While rectifying the background, they incorporated this character and some heads as well. This character and some heads. So during the creative process, we decided to incorporate this on the background, and this is why they have less definition, and they are less thick, and they have less material, because this is how we actually see this in the X-ray. The same thing happens with the head in this second background, and it has a small load of color, the resource of the artist, and this will provide a more. This has been incorporated after the main characters have been painted. Now to the left, and this has facilitated the X-ray. This is a greater visible spectrum. So here we have the X-ray. In the infrared, we see that intentionally there is a spot of colors placed to hide something. And the X-ray reveals what they were trying to hide with the three figures, apparently one on top of the other. And the two of them are in a lower scale. Here you can see it better. Lower scale and greater scale. The third one. The theory or the most popular is that the two and minor scale were painted first, and there is a man and a woman registered in the X-ray with their heads and part of the jacket and part of his hands. The position of the head, so the masculine would be in the first level, and then the position of the hand may be holding a cane, and maybe the feminine figure would be sided. So her body towards the right, lean towards the right. In 1 second moment, they painted the masculine figure of greater scale, and we can see the body and a red trace. And here we see this, and this is we see the stroke, and we have analysis and what were the elements. And then the first read of the analysis, we can find the presence of copper. So basically, however, we have found some copper and gold remains in the dress and then also in the shoes. And the bronze leaves have been used, so pictorial would be. We have a lower absorption, and we cannot register these in the X-ray. So these text or some letters, but in order to see these, we will need to try different techniques. This is not simple. Also, we have the impression that they have been covered intentionally. So this is important to think about the information that the historians provide in order to try to find an explanation. Luis Eduardo Bufarde said that some noble population asked to have a copy of this paint, of this scene, to have a copy on their walls, on their houses. There are some other works that were also requested. Originally, the Canberra, we believe that did not have that space to be painted. We could have been modified to add the faces of these characters to prove the relation of the lineage represented. We know that a lot of versions were requested, and many of these disappeared in the 18th century when we had disputes, and it ended up in the indigenous rebellion, and then an execution afterwards. A lot of measures were taken to disappear the public image of these noble representatives, and they were asking to destroy every portrait of the Incas. This could have been the reason why they wanted to intentionally erase these specific portraits and the names also, or other family members. Because of all the things that we have explained, we have to consider that there were no figures first and that the three were added afterwards. We also see the image when overlapping these. We can see that the spade was on top of the oval. And then we see the light and the contour indicating that this will continue in the lower part. So it's possible that here the design of the frame of the sign, so the figures most likely were not there before. We also know that the upper part of the spade has been intervened, where they've analyzed, we detected arsenic and copper. And these could be or could come from different pigments, but they also have come. So these places the pigments in a different era. Now we're going to be analyzing the X-rays, and we have seen some results. More than 30 points of analysis were performed. However, this was the initial analysis, and we cannot talk about final result because there are a lot of possible explanations for the same result. So also to complement with the chemical analysis, so we cannot assure things. So this would be kind of a probability. So some of these results that are not final results, for example, in the floor area where we had the main characters placed, where we have LED signals, and this may be the preparation layer. And we know that this was used very frequently during that season. And in the face of the Neusta, the Inca princess, we have detected iron, and this can be as well mercury, and then red and gray. Also, as part of these season and era, I'm sorry, in this geographic area. And then we have the mercury presence for the reds, and then also identified in the X-ray due to the low absorption. And there is no presence of copper, so we are using NML. We're not using NML. A sample taken trying to find the yellow detected arsenic, and they are suggesting the use of pigments. And the mother of the princess, the mother of the Neusta, and then the golden use, we have signs of golden copper. As a conclusion to all of these studies is that we will be analyzing further, and I hope that this was of interest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gemma. I just wanted to remind you that if you have any questions or any comments, please, for Laura, Patricia, or Gemma, this is the time where you can do it or ask or share. I don't know if you have any questions. Gemma, I have a question. Yes, I can. Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay. We at analyzing for the product, some of the are not present. So for the need covered, the uh that that's there's like there are many multiple changes and that are not followed by exactly. I don't know how to say it. I don't know if I'm mixed. Yes, I consider, can you hear me? Yeah, right? That obviously because they asked these to have a copy one for the church and then for a specific house. So this is a version, but this is not a copy, an exact copy. I think that it's up to the owner of the house, and then they have modified these according to specific requirements. Yes, but it's surprised because they started with one design and they ended up with the one that it's a the prototype. I don't know if they've done a prototype to try to analyze if they were changing or not. Because in the landscape, for example, there are plenty of modifications, and then they end up very similar in the one from the prototype. So just start with the prototype and then end up but not might not start in a different way and then end up more similar than the prototype. I don't know if you've thought about the fact that this great format is the problem is that it's not easy to analyze this part. I mean, they they send these to an exhibit in 2005 approximately, and they they restored for that exhibit, but of course they didn't have a lot of analysis tools, so we don't even have pictures nor a detailed report about the. So I think it's very, very different. It's very difficult, right? Do you have data or a document indicate the date of your museum before or before 1718? No, maybe the preparation. Maybe the preparation we're talking about the pictorial layers. But I'm surprised to actually see that you're that well the artist. I'm talking about the modification. Yes, I mean the date of the work of the museum Leos. Now we've done exploration and yeah. So I think that maybe to perform more studies will give us more information. So this could be a first version, and then it was used for the other format. Or you're not thinking about these. Well, when talking about uh the gold leaves, this is a different era. This could be different. I mean, in the pictorial aspect, different styles. I don't know. I mean, the modifications are kind of surprising to me because if you copy these exactly, maybe the customer may request a change on these, but not the opposite, right? Not the opposite. Yes, I know. There are multiple questions and many, many, many questions that we need to explore these more. And, I think that we will have more questions rather than answers, but no. Okay, so no more questions. I don't know, Pedro Pablo, if you'd like to share some comments, and we will continue during the afternoon. Thank you very much to all of the panelists and the attendees this morning to talk about lineage and to talk about Manongo as well, our friends, and we will be happy to look at the progress made and how there is more scientific data and supporting the Peruvian art. With regards to the question that has been asked is very, very interesting, what Gemma was asking. This first analysis made in terms of images and a documentary analysis as well. We have more questions and instead. So I think that we're on in a good path, and I think that these conferences and these workshops are going to be of great help to put information on the table about the technology and what we have available. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for your participation, and we will be resuming 6 p.m. with a short video to kind of show the spirit of Manongo. And then we'll have 2 presentations to close the session. Once again, thank you very much for your presence, and we will continue during the afternoon. Thank you.
No, está bien. A ver si se apaga la de allá.
Yo creo que podemos empezar.
No. Lo que pasa es que
Good afternoon. On behalf of Pedro de Osma and this homage to Manuel and Mr. Albornoz, something very interesting. And with restoration, we will go ahead and we'll look at a video set by us and the museum, done by Melissa Zapata. And we have Luis Lazarte and Sarah Wong, both are very recognized in the restoration world and our patrimony. I think it's going to be a very interesting afternoon for today. Without further ado, I will leave you with Melissa first with the video and the conferences that will come later on. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for your presence and welcome to all our speakers with such an important issue, which is the protection of our patrimony. Thank you and good afternoon. Without further ado, we'll give the floor to this is the presence of conservation of the air. And she's an architect, magister in sociology. She's a conservationist. She also she has some specialization in the Conservation Center of Minas Gerais in Brazil. And she's also the founder, investigator of the Center of Investigation and a fellow from the National Council of Brazil. Thank you, Rosanna. Thank you. I hope that everything is okay. Is it in a... So this is my homage to him. We all want to remember him with lots of love. My friendship had to do especially with the interest that he had for art, and especially for his commitment with the conservation of Pedro Pablo Alaiza. He's the director of the museum. I'm going to share with you some ideas on the application of science in the study, the conservation of pieces of art. With our profile, we need special attention for this, given the necessity that we have for instance, it's symbolic, and we offer a cultural object, in particular piece of art, the interest from the materiality and the processes, the construction of image and the changes that happen through time have to do with scientific techniques, whether sometimes these are up to standards or at the same level of the pieces of art. It's the need, the necessity. And I'd like to start with some comments. As mentioned by some authors, it seems that this is much more precise, although we're talking about interdisciplinary work. Today, we can confirm that the conservation and restoration support in techniques and methods that are really good. The answers that we want to find with the use of scientific methods will have to do with the questions that we ask, and which are the clear objectives, and trying to find exactly what we need. We have to look for bridges to try and find new dialogues, and to be able to explore and get the sources of information. We have different sources of information that make us basically identify the protection that allows us to investigate and make us investigate as well. Like, for example, historians, archaeologists, and on the other hand, professionals like the conservators. So you need the sources, the documented sources, treaties from the time, different books from different fabrics from churches. So we have a different number of methodologies that allow the study of of materiality, going into making it or turning it to be the tangible piece of it all. Let's not forget that the application of science, it's very wide and the objectives are vary a lot. Such as different executions, we are focusing into this historical piece. Many methods, including biology, can be applied and can be changed, and we allows us to know what are some of the advantages. Science will help identify the different transformations that the different materials may have gone through. Maybe different substances, anachronic ones too. The period in history, and as well as the deterioration, so we can know different factors that can help us together or independently. So you'll be able to look into different options. Going into a little bit of history, I'd like to go into a moment in which there is an interest for art. We want to know on the genesis of things. When does the interest for science comes up? So if we go on to the end of the 19th century, in the two previous centuries, in the 18th and 17th, with the creation of in the different sciences, the artists and the men of artists and men of science were able to start gathering, and they start cultivating the interest for science together with the different knowledge that they had. So we got the first dictionary from the sciences and arts, and so we put science to work for art. So there's two centuries after, around 1807, there was a book published, Chemical Cause Applied to Art, by two Spanish authors, and with some treatment to the image. There was some conference in 1903. There was a way of reproducing images by Mr. Nipse. He was one of the innovators of photography. This was able to happen because of a painting with some analysis that were taken and developed using electromagnetic effects, and that will accompany us altogether. Thanks to this chemical process and physical process, in many parts of the world, the study for the conservation of pieces of art started taking place. This started with many testimonies and to collect art as well. Archaeological, natural sciences of centuries 17th and 18th, they will start talking more about art in the world. On the other hand, the invention of X-rays by Roger in the 19th century and the discovery by Marie Curie were the ones who pushed for the different pieces. and other scenarios that made it possible for certain techniques, physical and chemical, for the study of art. In the case of culture, it was the proliferation of forgeries in the market in Paris, and a progressive growth of museums, especially in France, England, and Germany. It is this was done by Mr. Credis Baffa, and he is considered as the main person in scientific information. So why use science for the studies of the cultural piece of things? They have a common objective, and it's global knowledge of the pieces of art, and also to look into historical phenomena. A piece of art, beyond it being an image, first of all, is born as a tangible object that consists in an infinite number of interactions that act as one. As such, they are susceptible to the transformation generated through time. Likewise, its own composition can be the origin of it. So many things going on, but now it is possible for a piece of art or an object can last longer, as can happen with the human being, because modern science can give us that option, that possibility. However, it is necessary to observe basic conservation rules and not go beyond them, to make sure that everything is more stable, fluctuations, contamination, etc. These rules, which are elemental, many a times are just ignored and are stipulated in many documents that have been developed. We are not going to talk much about this, but science is also going to participate in the election of materials. Where do we start? Many basic concepts are going to help us with the use of science in terms of art and conservation. I'm going to dare to talk about some concepts, give you some concepts that for sure many of you already know. For example, what happens with basic concepts in terms of light, color, blossoming, absorption. And for that, it is necessary to develop certain methods on the observation. And we have to talk about this. It's the starting point for any type of analysis. This observation process allows us to obtain information and the different formal characteristics of an object. And it is best that this is the starting point of any aspect. And of course, it depends on the success of the process. What do we need then in order to in order to observe not just a work of art, but also in general? We need, and we know that these electromagnetic waves and short waves as well will help you a lot. Scientifically speaking, the light, it is sent by a natural or artificial sense. This can be transmitted as waves, and the length can go to many kilometers. When we talk about light, we cannot leave aside the color, the concept of color, because it is a property in terms of the surface that can give you information. One of the properties of color is that it looks into absorption and how well it can reflect or not. In this graph, you can see that in this, we can see a complete absorption, and we will look at color black, and we will be able to appreciate the color reflected otherwise. Then here we can look at an electromagnetic spectrum, which we talked about a couple minutes ago, with electromagnetic waves, which is just a group of signals ordered in subfrequencies and depending on the length of the wave. They transport. This transportation is known as radiation. This radiation will follow in some of the processes that we follow. In this schematic presentation, sorry, let me go into this slide. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Excuse me for a minute. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. If we talk about, we had already spoken about light, color, and so having some options and getting to know some analysis that scientists have already developed certain things within time. For sure, in this presentation, I'm not going to be talking about all these methods or methods of analysis because they are way too complex. I'm just going to talk about a few of them according to this chart. So in this opportunity, the analytical techniques can be mentioned, but there are more and more methods and more applications, of course, for conservation. So although they were not created specifically for the conservation or investigation in terms of art, they have started to get used for that, specifically for conservation and restoration. So we have some global exams, the symptoms of the samples, but we also have invisible ones and some that can be more perceptive. So we have other types of analysis, the ones that we have by taking an actual sample, which are more that are sort of destructive. That's how they're called, but we can call them invasive better, because it's a tiny sample that is taken and nothing gets destroyed for sure. So the first, in terms of the development of this, a method that it's not invasive, so it's not required to have any samples, and we do not need other things. So the first approximation sometimes the palette and tact also contribute to the analysis of aspect. Of course, that is only allowed to or permitted to us, the conservators, right? We have equipment of easy access, like for example, halogen light or monochromatic light with characteristic color is yellow, and will help us to study the subjects quite easy. Then you can look at the retouch, the drawing, the strokes. Okay, then we're going to explain a little bit about this type of lamps of light. These are lamps that have a lot of light, and so they are lamps used to take advantage of how good your sight is. However, they don't go into the monochromatic piece. These lamps do not give us the actual plane of the object. We can just perceive in a much better manner certain details. As mentioned before this morning, Laura said it in her presentation, photography is one of the instruments quite useful for the documentation, the paperwork on this. So these are very important resources that we cannot just leave aside. So we can take pictures in micro, depending on what we want to choose, and look into details or details that have to do with this. With halogen light, you can take interesting pictures or photographs. Like, for example, this one's here, or this other image. With visible light, a photograph would be seen like this. With a tangential light, we have the object illuminated in 5 or 10 degrees, and we will see and have an image of the surface of a piece of art. And we can register all these different issues through pictures, right? Ultraviolet light, radiations from the spectrum that are going to go into 400 nanometers. You can see this, which is gray, green, bluish, that can tell us that there is a layer of varnish, that it's not equal to the whole piece. There's a particular detail, and that maybe they have tried to clean an area of the pictoric layer. And therefore, you can see this fluorescence, that it's not the same, that it's not equal everywhere. Not always do we know exactly what is happening, but for sure this gives us some help, and it enlightens us a little bit, but we still need some chemical analysis. A light, it's not something, it's not anything else, but to put an object, we can look into details, we can see some structures, some alterations, constitution, and transparencies depending on the construction of the layers. We have other resources necessary for a visible field. We can look into differences in terms of color, quality of execution, composition of the layer of paint, etc. But not always can we see this. We have digital microscopes. We can see different types of fiber or textile, so we can see on some other details. On the other hand, we also have the optical microscope. Amongst another issue is infrared photography. We can use a camera with infrared, which can also give us some other type of information. In the range of infrared, and this is a technique that we can use based on the use of a incandescent lamp, where we reflect the object and it detects certain aspects that can take that red radiation. We can have 2000 nanometers, for example. That's how much we can detect. The creator of this technique was Brahmana Stratoscopy, whom unfortunately passed away a few months ago. But he left a great legacy to us. The first time that he published this was in 1966 in a very well-known magazine that is known Studies in Conservation. With this technique, as mentioned before, it is possible to identify traces of charcoal used in the preparatory drawing and some of the underlying layers. So it will let us know if there might be some painting under the painting that we can see. However, how translucent is it? This allows us to make changes or maybe modifications that the author might have made. However, the translucency of a painting will not only depend on what is impregnating the pigments, but also the reflection and the means in which it was all done. So depending on the agglutinator, we will be able to see how it's happening and how the translucency will work. That's why sometimes we can see that there are certain things that that can be seen. Sometimes the color will start losing its actual composition, and that will allow us to see some, let's just call it deformations, quote unquote. Another electromagnetic waves that are actually longer than infrared have a longer length than infrared, and then the other technique, you have to look into the other. Professor Ron talked about this type of light that was unknown until then. Then he created X-ray radiography, right? But this was a ray that could penetrate deeper layers. So in medicine, everybody knows what X-rays can do. And so as we saw at the beginning, overlapping paintings and a number of details. Today, this is vital and it is extremely important. In an X-ray test, you can see the vision, you can detect different elements that take part in this piece. This morning, Laura from the Brown Museum talked to us and showed us a number of images that were quite eloquent, in which she showed the work that they were doing with X-rays. Although the obtained image does not correspond to the image that we have, that we can see, because nominally you can usually see some overlapping pictures, and this will depend on the number of atomic weight and the objects. More atomic weight, more radiation. That's why you will be able to see the most clear pieces. In this metallic piece, this is right here, and the clear parts have got more density, more absorption, let's just say. Well, we can see a number of details, such as what happens with the painting of the canvas, some details of the texture of the materials, etc. Let's go to the tests that have to do with the group of non-perceptual phenomena. This method, I'm only going to be speaking about a few of them. These are usually used in the identification of pigments, for example. We have microchemical and microscopic phenomena. We look into X-rays, and there are some techniques used to qualify or do the opposite for some pictures. This is a tiny sample of 0.2 millimeters, and you can put this sample under a microscope and you can observe the chemical reactions with the use of acids, depending on what we need to use. Celtical were the conservators that made this happen in the decade of the 30s in the 20th century. let's look at some content. So all these paintings that are part of, they can show us the structure from a sample of a painting. We will be able to look at this and method of analysis, microscopic analysis. And these are all, they all have some overlapping structures, and this is stratigraphic content, for example. There are many things here on basis of preparation. So this procedure consists of taking a millimetric sample. So to take a cut here, have a sample of this, and with a technique, you can see and reach a point in which, and through a petrographic microscope, we can see a few things. This allows us to see, to look into the different layers, the shape, form of the particles that are overlapping. And because of its appearance, we can look into different pigments, materials. To do this, a method will help with other different sciences. What happens is that when we are doing the scientific work, we cannot go and think of one single technique. We have to think of what can be done, because not all techniques can give us precise information. So we have to combine certain techniques in order to be able to get the specific results. And there are some other methods which have to do with microscopy. It's an SE. With the SEM, we can get images like the ones reached by the optical piece, like the ones from a microscope, for example. This is good for, in order to study the morphology, for example, the location of the different elements that certain materials might have, like ceramics, metals, and the spatial structure as well. For example, in this case, we can see the degradation caused by an adhesive over a pictoric piece, the degradation of silk, some contaminants that are present in the air. And there is a list of some of the elements that were present here in this material. And for example, this can give us, for example, in terms of paper, like if you develop, if you work with paper, depending on the disposition of things as well, you can identify the time that it belongs to, the era that it belongs to. And for example, the time of the job. I'm going to finish soon, I promise. Okay, within this is another method. We have the fluorescence of X-rays. In the tech, we are carrying out some work that has to do with degradation of pigments. These are samples of vermilion. They have to do with based in calcium carbonate. It is a replica, quote unquote replica, of some things that are found in Lozano's paintings, and we can see how they deteriorate with the presence or without the presence of light in determined, for example, from 0 to 30 days. In reality, these are different terms of time. The advantage of new technology is that they are developing new portable equipment that you can actually take to the actual samples or to the pieces that you want to study. So this textometer, portable textometer, is used in order to do certain analysis. This is an instrument that will allow us to look into the chemical presence in the different layers of a painting, and it allows us to look into which pigments were used in a qualitative way and quantitative manner as well. This has to do with the microchemical and microscopic piece. It can be it can go into polychromy as well. I'm sorry, I don't know, I can move on to the next slide. Okay, on the other hand, we've also got this not imperceptible phenomena, or invisible or unnoticeable. We work with a color meter, and it allows us to evaluate the colors. He will finish in order. It has to do with the degradation of color through time, or through the degradation of information through colors that are developed in paintings or many other objects. With this instrument, we can read on the screen. You can see that green chart. You can see everything through a number code. You have to obviously know how to interpret this data, but we have communication with the person who knows how to manage these pieces of equipment, and we can establish and reach certain conclusions. This helps us for murals, polychromatic paintings, for all these surfaces that have color. And finally, but not of less importance, we have a Brahmana Stratoscopy. You do not need a sample. The portable equipment can work in situ around the piece, and it works with the colorimeter. It's extremely useful in order to determine which, in essence, we're working in the world of pigment. There is no confusion with this technique, because of course you have your actual spectrum of vermilion, for example. This is part of a collection from the Museum of Boston. And this is the Spordex collection. But there's like 3 or 4 institutions, I don't remember the names, where these pigments, this is around in the 1930s. Anyhow, as mentioned before, we have the spectrum of vermilion with we have from one of the collections of Corday, and I wanted to show you here. This is from the book Getting More Rock. This is one of the samples from the 16th century that the Getty Foundation has got, that was lost actually for many, many years. And the study on the pigments was done through this Raman technique. We also used other techniques, but this was one of the most important ones, with which the objective actually of this investigation was to evaluate if there was a relationship between the colors used to present some of the clothing and the document, and the dyes and the dyes used for the Incan textiles as well. And it is published as well. So in conclusion, we can say that although knowledge is right, the methods are important, and he specifically in the development of photography, and to consolidate certain certain things used for conservation. Therefore, dialogue and communication from the many disciplines of social sciences are good. They talk about biology, physics, and chemistry that will allow and establish the different criteria and use for the treatment of cultural patrimony or cultural heritage. So this is something we have. So in this way, we can have the best possible option for any doubts that we might have regarding the material. To precise, maybe the lack of this of investigation, I'd like to end with this comment. Humanities have to do with exact sciences and not probabilities. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm going to upload my presentation. Let me introduce you very, very quickly. Jose Luis, just for you to be able to meet him. He is also part of the conservation program. He works as in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York in paintings conservation. We use a UV light, and just like you've seen, and in order to induce the presence of the material, not only varnish, but also this is a Velasquez paint, and we have the UV light, and we see kind of a blue-green color, and this indicates a degraded natural resin. And we mostly use non-invasive techniques that Rosana has also mentioned, like the X-rays and the infrared lights, and also multiple infrared techniques, infrared rays. This is to study what we cannot see just by looking directly at the paints. The first two techniques that have been used since the prior century. But as technologies move forward, we have superior images and they are more sensitive. One of the equipments that we have, it's a micro scanner that detects the fluorescence of X-rays and the chemical elements, and that we can associate them with the specific picture. I want to be talking about these in a while. Something that needs a lot of information is to actually get different samples of painting, despite the fact that they're very small. We need to have the criteria and a concrete question, the area that you're going to be studying, to manipulate the sample, and then be able to determine through the analytical data the information that you're looking for. But despite the fact that all the information that we're able to obtain, the technical study doesn't reach full potential if there is not a dialogue between historians and conservators, curators, and persons who specialize in different procedures. You unlocking the mysteries of the two John I frames. We started working on these frames from Jean Van Eyck from the 19th century. And now that I have shared a general introduction, I'm going to share concrete projects from Viceroyalty Art, Andean art. And then I'm going to share a scientific analysis project that we are developing to identify as well some other things. The interest for the Hispano-American art production started in the museum like less than 10 years ago, when they created a curatorial exhibit in charge of Ronda Castle. These late interest has made the museum to commit to show this collections in a significant manner, having exclusive rooms and temporary exhibits as well. This approach comes from reassessing the different artistic qualities of the works that were kind of before marginalized, both in the United States and in Europe. The presence of this collection, specifically the paint in our museum, expand the notion of what is to paint, and they showed this as a global result, more restricted. Despite the fact the ongoing acquisitions of the museum before 1920, we only had this Cusqueñan princess, or I'm sorry, Cusqueñan virgin, and despite the fact this was not an art that was exhibited in different rooms, I had the possibility of perform a superficial treatment, improving and enhancing prior restoration processes. It was very complex because the American Postal Code shows this for a federal Christmas postcard postal seal for last year. At the beginning of 2019, our Andean paint collection changed radically when James provided to donate an important collection of 17th century and 18th century campus. Here is a departure of the Met line in front of some of the pieces of art that were donated. This was completely unexpected because he found out that the Met had acquired this fabulous crown from the Andes, golden emerald from the Immaculate Virgin from Colombia. So he offered a collection of paints, and after assessing the conservation and preservation, they selected 10 for the museum. In general, the paints were in good structural collection, stable. However, after examining, analyzing, 7 out of 10 could benefit from different levels of preservation, because it's very, very common in paints these century. Most of them came with restoration processes performed by different hands. The structural damages such as cracks, the textile areas were basically fixed by fixing canvas behind, utilizing resin and press with hot irons, and some other methods also created some damages, and we have retouched them very carefully. Many times we're impacting a lot of areas in the original works. Most of the works had yellow vernices, like you can see to the right, that it was not completely cleaned. So we exhibited the collection before preservation. This is not common in the museum, because when we are providing treatment, we invite the public to find or learn through the findings that we do, and also experience the progress made in terms of preservation. First, I restored these Valvanera Virgin canvas from 1975 by a Cuscanian paint, unknown, and some colors changed and impacted many different areas. For example, here in the cheek of the Virgin, this is a retouch, a prior retouch that was done before with a dye that usually photodegrades. The ultraviolet light, the UV light, this retouch looks like a dark spot on the face and the other areas as well, the cheek. Examining this area specifically under the microscope proved that they were only covering damages and not the original paint. So the treatment was basically to use different pigments that were mixed with resin, the 81, and these helped to actually have a better understanding of this composition that is very, very complex, and be able to appreciate different details on the piece of art. The composition narrates the legend of the Valvanera Virgin, and they share historical narration, and it's mounted in this beautiful Renaissance landscape. Here in the detail, we have a person that is trying to steal something from a peasant that is praying to Virgin Mary. The devotion of the farmer creates a miracle that is assigned to this statue of this virgin that was hidden inside a tree in Spain to save her from the Muslim conqueror. According to the legend, the sculpture is a copy of Virgin Mary by Saint Lucas, and taken to Spain by disciples of Saint Peter. So This is the one that is part of the monastery of Valvanera and inspired the iconography of these paints. It is possible that they ask to have this painter in Peru, maybe in Arequipa, to gather funds for these Virgin Monasterium in Spain. This is one of my favorite details. These are tropical birds that are in the tree. They're not part of the origin of the image, but they confirm their celestial character of the place, a saint, uh, and uh, and they are from Cusco mainly. I'd like to talk about this specific bird, the stork, and she has a serpent or the snake, which means the scene and it's taking away the scene. The more complex treatment was needed for this specific piece of work, a paint from the 18th century, unknown author that had some damages. You could see that we had different layers, corrosion, and yellow color because of the abrasion. It was they try to basically preserve it with resin. And the X-ray and the infrared revealed that most of the damages were concentrated in the borders near the frame. This is very common when talking about this type of paints. And it was a good relief to actually see that the cloth was in very good condition. The top of the fabric, besides the taffeta, and in the tree as well, dividing the scene in two. The paint was inspired by an emblem from the flamenco, or illustrated by Boetius Adams Bosworth in 1624 in Belgium. And this has served as a guide for the paint, and then some modifications, adding feathers at the head of the character, and we have a confrontation between the human soul with luxurious silly costume and then divine love represented by an angel. These it's not so common in Peru, but we have some examples that show this, such as in the Santa Catalina monastery in Arequipa, and the ones that are part of one church in Cusco. You have the book here, and it's part of our library. It's small. You can basically hold it with a hand, and it serves as a spiritual guide where you can, follow a decent life, following all the advice. Below the emblem, you can read in Latin God. You can see everything, and my sins are not overlooked by you. So this is repeated in the paint. This is the human soul. Yeah, you are carrying a cat in a basket, which is a symbol of pleasure, and then riding a horse that is not taking you anywhere because it's just a toy, and it's playing with different toys and showing in not a mature stage, let's say. The love divine, or the divine love, we have the angel feeling ashamed of this person and touching his forehead. Maybe this came from the author, maybe this was a request of the customer, but then they impacted how the spectator relates to the work. And then the angel is covering the face completely and pointing the sky. He painted the finger originally like this, but then they changed it by pointing the finger to the reckless person. He also painted the angel looking to the public in this composition here, where you can see it. I feel that emphasizes the message of these piece of art, the moral part, because the spectator back in those days was basically as I said before, we worked this intervention that we did, you can see that we had some even and we decided to remove these because I didn't want to impact these paint or this work, impact the pictorial art, because then you have penetration not only to the preparation layer but also the canvas reversing or impacting some chemicals, and then can change the color, and then the wax is not very well, and then requires heat and pressure to activate, and this creates an abrasive like in the left, or emphasize the threat of the canvas, and this is something that we cannot in order to eliminate the wax that we had the wax lamps, use a spatula and very softly it was taking this lamps a compatible with foil layer. While I was doing this process, I protected the surface with different type of polytext membranes and also paper. You can see the different results, about tactile, but very acceptable results where we respected the texture of the canvas. After dealing with these, I removed the yellow varnish with a mix of organic solvents. This was in order to clean, and most of the layers of varnish were able to be cleaned. Here in the angel, notice how we, by cleaning, we have saturated the color blues in the landscape. And they provide also the different fresh colors of these flamencan passages. He, with Silvia Centeno, a scientific researcher, we did an analysis before, like I've mentioned before, this is a scanner that traces maps of the chemical elements that are part of the paint. This technique is very efficient because we don't have to contact with the art piece and provides information that we were not able to obtain before. So these maps here to the left, we can actually see the distribution of mercury, and it shows the vermilion pigment. And this is just to clarify this red color, something that we've chosen. We can put color. This is not related with the nature of the pigment or the dye. Here we saw that to the left, the hat was not painted vermilion because we didn't have chemical response, like you can see here. So This made us to do complementary study. This was painted with a pigment slider. So most likely the painter selected this lac to create a perspective and the color, the head area. To have a different perspective in the face. As you all know, matter is pigment extracted of the female parasite that feeds from the fruit, and it's part of the Baroque palette from the 17th century. This map of the cobalt distribution clearly is aligned with the angel technique, which suggested a ML, a blue ML, but we were thinking that it had to be mixed with some other type of pigment in order to create this color, this purple color that we can see here. These actually help us to prove that we had the angel and this ladder used, despite that we knew the two pigments were mixed. We had a very good condition in terms of the high quality pigments. After cleaning, it was furnished with a natural resin that provides some finishing and helps reduce the texture of the plant. You can see that before the integration, and you see in the borders that are more damaged in the preparation gray dark of the paint. To touch very precisely, I use resin pigment used or applied by a brush. These are reversible throughout the time, so you are able to remove with organic solvents without damaging the paint. 100 years or 150 years will go from now, because not every single restoration process lasts forever. Here, an example of the result of the integration covering these losses in the borders. And this is the furniture, the treatment. And that these two characters are represented in a conversation more dynamic. If you want, you can see more about this process in YouTube, Conserving Cusco School Paintings. There is an interview about this restoration. One of the research or reveals and the Met was to study the ground layers in European paintings. So ground preparations of Baroque paintings from Spain, North and South America, trying to determine whether they did apply before painting on the canvas, depending on the characteristics. And these Andean preparations were found in one layer, and they are kerogenic, composed mainly by composition in a matrix composed of sulfide particles. We also have ash of refined wood. The identification of the materials that were used in different variations, it's very interesting for academic staff and historians, because some materials can lead us to specific regions and specific schools. And a prior work performed to distinguish the preparation of the ash that we did this through the research of these crystals that you can actually see here that are angled and that they are part of the with and they are calcite pseudomorphs. We have these crystals, and this is one of the techniques that Roxana have mentioned, and they have this angled morphology. These calcite pseudomorphs are created that are part of this image. And here we're showing an equation, a chemical equation that we wrote down to change or to show the change in combustion for the formation of these crystals. The use of the ash wood by painters is registered in different documents from the Baroque era that say that most of the artisans, they were using this type of ashes in order to prepare their canvas. So it's very possible that this was purchased by women who were utilizing to extract alkaline salts that are part of the ash to wash clothes and bleach them. This liquid was very common because it has a very important cleaning power, just like bleach for us nowadays. Our study established that the material link between the preparations in Madrid and the Andean preparations for the first time through the use of ash, but at the same time exposed ideas from different regions. That in the Mexican case and Andean case, they still have to be studied. For example, in the preparation of the Andean works, we show that the ashes were not a result of this process because they were not washed and they had the alkaline salt and potassium in them. This theory or this indicates that these layers are very alkaline and therefore they are susceptible to pH as pH or neutral pH. And at some point they will impact the preparation where the pictorial layer relies. I was able to prove the theory by cleaning this image that you can see here on these slides. And in order to do this, we started using this type of measures to measure the pH and the conductivity. And they showed that the exposed areas or where the preparation was exposed, they had a high level of alkalinity, like a pH almost one of the complications that we have noted through the examination and through the different cleaning assessments was that the paint was completely covered by different oil varnish that had a lot of oil, and then we were not getting any response with the conventional methods when applying these. This led me to think about a cleaning system to try to emulsify the oil and the repaint and the varnish without impacting the salts in the preparation. So I started using different gels to keep the active solvents in suspension on the layer and on the surface during the cleaning process. At the end, gel was used because the pH was able to regulate with the preparation on the molecular structure as a mesh captures the drops and doesn't allow to penetrate in the pictorial layer. In order to activate this gel, the solvent has to be released with agitation, the use of a brush, and then washed out from the surface with a just pH solution. The UV light, you can see the area that we use or that we clean with the system. This is the area during the treatment, and then we continue cleaning the rest of the camera here and in the middle of the neck of the donkey. We can actually see the quality and the difference between the area that we were able to clean and the burnish that we were able to remove. Here we can see a detail of the study process where we removed multiple layers. This is a paper where I was cleaning my brush, and you can clearly see how dark the pigment and the burnish was. This system was very efficient and it did not impact the exposed isolated losses. You can actually see here, and we're reintegrated after applying a thin layer of the local artist. This is a before and after. And we were trying to show the aspect of the paint and at the same time eliminate any visual distractions produced by the impacted area here. And here we can show the before and after the restoration process, where the paint clearly has gained a more visual impact. This is a very recent treatment. 2 days ago, we recently installed these in our gallery, and we are currently restoring a new piece of this collection. Fundamentally, we feel proud to actually see this in a permanent exhibit with the Viceroyalty art, and they are great for the Met as an institution. This is going to be a starting point to have a more representative exhibit of Viceroyalty South American art. Currently, we are developing a new project with a more scientific approach to basically trace the use of the chia oil in pre-Hispanic art by in the DNA. This oil has been utilized in order to create pieces of art, and we have here the timeline. Specifically, when talking about the New Spain era, it was utilized to create different surfaces for the beautiful furniture. Historical documents that have been recently found from Juan Correa suggests that this chia oil may have been used in different types of paint as an alternative to European oils like seed flax oil. And thank you for providing the image of this document. Together with other colleagues, this project involves a group of scientists, curators from New York, France, and we also are working with the Hispanic Society from New York to study their lovely Viceroyalty collection, as well with biocolonial medicine and genetic analysis in order to acquire this type of material and other type of materials. We're working with colleagues from the National University of Mexico and a group of handcrafts called Tecomate in the state of Mexico. It's important that the oil that we are studying has to be elaborated in a traditional manner. This is a great contribution from our staff from Mexico, that they not only shared these different guidelines, but they provided as well their wild plants without any genetic modification. So the traditional preparation from this chia oil extraction needs multiple steps. It's different from producing this at an industrial level, despite the fact that we know with the manual process, and the manual process used now is similar to the one used before. The information suggests that the method has not changed a lot, specifically when talking about rural communities or rural communities such as the one in Tecomate. This is a video on how they are producing. First, they are putting the chia seeds, roasting, and then they are processed, and then they are manipulated with hands, and then you put a ball, and then you do the press in order to extract the oil. And here I think that you can actually see how dark is this material. Currently, the different analytical tools for preservation of conventional tools are not adequate to indicate nor identify the chia oil and historical objects or artifacts. This is why we are implementing a three-approach method, utilizing different types of analysis: lipidomics, proteomics, and genomics. This method is not only going to basically identify the chia oil, but also biomolecules that are not identified in other royalty work. So the analytical power, when combining these different approaches into analyze lipids and the proteins and the DNA sequence, it's going to allow us multiple routes in order to meet our goal and develop the protocol to analyze microsamples our works. We are requesting a scholarship to the Mexican state in order to develop this program. This is something that we need to do, and this will take a couple of years. We're also working with the European Union to establish a PhD process focused on this topic that is connected with European museums that will expose pre-Hispanic collections. Now I'm going to go back just to complete my presentation and to show why we are basically analyzing three types of biomolecules and why are we doing this. So the atoms constitute the DNA, and at the same time, obviously, the one writing all the genetic codes. We are determining these genes, and this will determine multiple things, just like the color of the seed or the DNA. It's converted in RNA, and this is similar, but has half of the genetic base. The RNA produces proteins in a process called gene expression that is controlled by external factors such as the weather, the level of water that it's in contact with the plant. Most of the proteins as well work as enzymes, and they play more active roles in different bodies, and they can generate carbohydrates that become starch. In the case of the chia, this is formed around the seed when it's in contact with water. These enzymes, they generate lipids that are the oils, different oils coming out from chia. And both when talking about the lipids, carbohydrates, and the proteins, they are building the cell walls and the cells, and then lastly, they are the structure of the plant, in this case, a chia plant. This is an important thing. This is the reason why we are utilizing three different types of analysis. Obviously, we're talking about works, we are talking about the chia lipids that are highly concentrated, but the lipids, they don't contain genetic information. So we cannot distinguish between a lipid or between the seed flax oil or chia oil. So therefore, we have to, what it's in favor is that the proteins and the DNA, yes, they take the genetic information, carry genetic information, revealing the body, revealing where they extracted the oil at the very beginning. This is a very important advantage and the DNA can be amplified and also determined from small pieces of information. So for so if we have a small sample, well, it's even better. Our approach is focusing on the viceroyalty arts as a starting point instead of just taking referential data, different research, more the European material like it has been done before in technical research. With the development of these research, our goal is not only to determine whether it was a chia oil, but also confront different issues. For example, the interaction of the material and the versus the pigments and the degradation mechanism as well. They are completely unknown. And of course, it's important to study these. It's urgent to study these. And I think that I will be closing my presentation. If you'd like to know more about these and other projects that we're performing, I'd like to invite you to follow us on our Instagram page at Med Painting Conservation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Jose Luis. I think your presentation has been great. If there is any questions for Roxana, for Jose Luis, I'd like you to open your mics. And if you have a question, you can do it right now. Thank you. Can you repeat the Instagram page, please? I'm gonna write it down in the chat. I'm gonna add it. Okay, if we don't have any other questions or comments or additional comments, we're going to go to the closing remarks. Pedro Pablo Alaiza, Director of the Museum.
Now, I'd like to thank
once
you
again
for being here with us today. Roxana, maybe you'd like to mention something? No, I'd just like to congratulate Solis for the marvelous work that you're doing. And let's just hope that that we are here, that we continue working to work together issues that are of common interest. We are now working with biocides with Darwin, and we can maybe join efforts to produce materials that can be good and with which we can count easily, because now in Peru, the majority of the materials for conservation and restoration, we have to import them because they don't really exist in the market. And in some cases that complicates interventions because you have to, because instead of stopping the deterioration of a certain pieces, it accelerates them, right? No, that's it. That's it. I'm just truly happy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Have you got a question? I think there's one in the chat, a couple of questions for Jose Luis. Let me read them. The first one is, what piece of art from the Cusqueño school is being treated right now or dealt with? Well, the one that I'm going to restore is going to be a Virgin, the Virgin of Cotarcas. That in general, it's in quite good conditions. However, it does have some strokes that are some repainting that it's not good. We did some infrared studies, and unfortunately, it's a painting that has suffered from water damage, and that was filled with stucco with very generous stucco and also with repainting. So to remove this type of things many a times, I mean, what do you gain with it, you know? For example, in the Virgin, I didn't mention it, but in the Peregrine mentioned there was some repainting as well that had already been done before. I cleaned them a little bit. I worked on them a little to not remove anything else and to cause any damage, you know, to the piece. And because sometimes you want to put something new and you have to remove the old, and maybe the materials have already hung on to the painting, you know, because before they used to use stucco, they used to have lead. And as you know, it causes cancer, it's not that good for your health, etc. And to remove that type of things, it's almost impossible to not damage the painting. So that's it. That's what I'm doing right now. And regarding the recent, what happens is that with the new treatment, I've decided to maintain the wax. I've not removed it because by trying to not cause any more damage to the piece, there is a painting that will need some removal. Present. There is a project conserving canvas for many of these alternatives on how to work on a piece in a more superficial manner, because as I told you before, the wax, you know, is really difficult to remove. I mean, it impregnates the canvas and the pictorial pieces, and many a times could change the tone of a painting, the color of a painting, and so to remove that, it's almost impossible. So once it's done, yes, you can take it, you can remove all the excess, but it will never look as it did as it did before. Now with Getty, we've got with different members of the academia, with different organizations and institutions. And Tuardemude is doing some sort of work on mesh and adhesives, which is more superficial. Masic they're doing mislining, which is to spray the canvas so that it doesn't go inside the paint. I don't know, and that's it really. Thank you, Jose Luis. I don't know if anybody's got an additional question. It's not a question, it's just that a friend in common with Manongo, I don't think he cannot write in the chat. He says that it's important to say that Manongo loved the reports that were given to him in the restoration of his art pieces. And this is true. The collection that he used to have, that it's now part of the foundation, and it is an important collection. It is part of the patrimony of the family. I think that would be very interesting to carry out a study of the art pieces that he scored in his profession, because they're spectacular pieces of art, and some of them have got and also they would be interesting to have some sort of agreement to rescue some pieces. Some of them were rescued for sure, but I think that there are some interesting pieces of art that would be interesting to see. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else would like to add anything, any questions. Otherwise, we could go into Pedro Pablo Alaiza and have his final words. And thank you for being here, of course. Once again with you. Thank you. I'm so thankful. Thank you with Jose Luis and Rosanna. Rosanna, we've done so much work together in many museums. I am an admirer of Rosanna's tenacity because she loves including all the scientific piece. You know, I think she's the one that's done the most amount of work with that here. There are other people in Peru, of course, but the work that Rosanna has done, it's amazing. What Jose Luis is doing is of course new to all of us, with methodologies and with the science that we probably didn't know much before, with more professional resource. The idea of this homage, and to invite Jose Luis as well, and the person responsible for the image of the Prado Museum, whom is Laura Alba, is to put on the table and to put ourselves at a or to learn what can be done based on all the information that's being done with the Viceroyalty. And so it's the work from Manongo. He was a conservator. He loved patrimony, an advocate for all of this. I remember the collection of portraits that he used to have. Nobody used to care about the portraits, and he needed someone that and his uncle needed someone to give some sort of vitality to difficult collections, right? And he was able to preserve them for the future generations. So his legacy is of extreme importance, the possibility that each year we can have something like this, and something that's going to be of extreme importance and for all of us in terms of conservation, in terms of museums. So I would like to thank all the participants as well, and the speakers, to the people that have assisted in this long day of presentations, to the Pacifico University as well. They have allowed us to use their platform because we have an agreement and we collaborate in a few things. So Manongo's family, Alessandra, Guillermo, his nephews, they've been extremely nice to participate quite enthusiastically with us to talk about someone who is very much very important for us. And of course to the foundation, Susan Stratton in particular, and also the heads of the foundation that had the idea of having this homage to Manongo. The idea is that this happens annually. It's been 4 years already. Now we can generate a space of discussion in terms of issues associated to conservation, restoration. Once again, thank you very much, Pedro Pablo. Hi, Guillermo. I'd just like to mention, I'd like to thank from the family, thank you so much to my uncle. I think this is something that that everybody in the family have loved, and my uncle dedicated a huge effort, a lot of time, and he had such a great passion for art. So we wanted to thank the Pedro de Osma Museum and the foundation. Would like to thank you and all the ones who have participated in this very much and in this event. So I've been listening and looking at the chat, and a lot of people talk about my uncle's collection and what we have done. We are trying to follow this work that he had with the foundation, with Pierre José Sancho Avila. My uncle had a lot of projects, and our idea is to move forward with these projects. We're trying to organize ourselves here to see how we can achieve all that. that's basically what I wanted to say, and I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Once again, thank you, Guillermo, for your interest, and now the responsibility is on your shoulders to continue Manongo's work. What I think is extraordinary is that we have gathered people from the Museo del Prado, from Catholic University, from Irtec, from the Osmo Museum, people that have come from many places. People were in the morning, people from the Madrid Museum. And I think it's wonderful and so valuable to generate a platform where we can all come together and we can cross information, and maybe cross ideas to develop so many things. If we want to work together, the museum is open. Our arms are open. We can help for something for something bigger to be promoted, which is the conservation and the preservation of art pieces, which is what Manongo used to be all about. Thank you. I'd just like to thank you once again. It's been a pleasure for me to have you here. Thank you. And thank you to the Thomas Foundation. And also those who have assisted. Thank you and goodbye.